It's a rainy Monday night in Atlanta, and we hope to have Braves and Marlins baseball from Turner Field. The final 6 home games of the 2010 regular season, and the Marlins have been a tough opponent. We'll see if the Braves can pull even in the wild card race with a Game 1 victory tonight. It's been raining steadily here for about an hour and a half or so, but the rain is lightening up a bit, and we are expecting to have baseball, and when we come back, the Braves hope to make some hay in the National League playoff hunt. The Giants are idle tonight. The Padres host the Cubs. The Braves 1 game behind San Francisco. The key there, of course, the top 2 teams out of that foursome will head to postseason play here at the end of the 2010 regular season. And good evening, everybody, with my partner Joe Simpson. Chip Carey, it is indeed great to be back home. A disappointing road trip on a couple of different levels for the Bravos. Pitching at times was pretty good, but the bigger question in this final week is, where has the offense gone?
Well, let's hope that they find it here at home. Home has been good to the Braves this year. They've got the best record in baseball at home here at Turner Field, but the offense has been lacking. And you go back to the last 2 games of the last homestand against the Washington Nationals, 2 losses the Braves suffered. Their last 11 games, they're averaging under 3 runs a game. That's not going to get it done. Low average, low on-base percentage. And I think as important is the fact that they've trailed in 9 of those 11 games, and usually they've trailed early where they've had to dig themselves out of a hole. And you see there they've only scored 4 total runs in innings 1, 2, and 3. That leads us to the guys at the top of the order, batters 1, 2, and 3. For every one of those games has been Omar Infante, Jason Hayward, and Martin Prado. Now, these guys have been hot all year at various times, maybe not all at the same time, but they've had good seasons. Lately, they have not. A 163 average, 175, 212. They've picked a bad time of the season for them all to go cold at the same time. They're not getting on base that much, and as a result, they're not scoring that many runs. Let's hope that turns around here at home, too.
And they really don't have a lot of quick strike capability. The Braves have not hit many home runs in the month of September, and we'd certainly like to see that turned around against this Florida Marlins ball club and Alex Sanabia, who's the man starting Game 1 of the series. A rainy night in Atlanta. We again are hopeful of having baseball. We'll take a quick break, come back, and set you up for the rest of this big baseball night in Dixie after this. Weather continues. We'll send you out to the top 25 moments in Braves history and have a weather update shortly from Turner Field in Atlanta. home of any team in baseball, and they'll need to use that advantage over the last 6 games if they are to secure a postseason berth. 3 games with the Marlins, 3 games against the first-place Phillies. Just 6 games remain. Atlanta's at home, and they need to win. The rains have gone. Let the winning begin for the Braves at home tonight. We welcome you to Turner Field in Atlanta for Game 1 of this 6-game homestand and our first of 3 with the Florida Marlins. All year long, Braves baseball on Sports South has been presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors, the right stuff, and the low price. Nice crowd gathering tonight at the tent despite the rainy weather as we welcome you upstairs with my partner Joe Simpson. Chip Carey with you from the ballpark. An important series, quite obviously, Joe, and it all starts with the starting pitching for Atlanta. Tommy Hanson, brilliant last time out. Can he put together great back-to-back starts?
Well, first of all, they had to make sure that this rain was out of the way before they were going to start this ballgame. There's no way, with the way Tommy Hanson's pitching, that the Braves could afford to start him, have the rain come back, and then lose him for an outing. They just can't afford that right now, especially when you look back at his last outing against the Philadelphia Phillies. That was absolutely amazing, and I think Tommy Hanson became a major league pitcher on this night. 6 innings of 2-hit ball. The 2 hits came in the last 2 innings. He walked a couple of guys. Those came in his last 2 innings. He threw 101 pitches, 55 of them in the last 2 innings, but he still shut out the mighty Phillies over that time. He was absolutely brilliant. Let's hope he can carry that work into tonight's game. He's pitched well here in the second half. He hasn't had any runs to work with. Let's hope that the home field advantage here takes over for the Braves offense, too.
There's no such thing as an easy game for a Major League starter, but the task for Hanson a little bit easier tonight. Hanley Ramirez, a Braves killer, not in the lineup with a sore elbow. That could help Atlanta's cause tonight. Hope to see some smiling faces from Atlanta's ball players after Game 1 of the series. It's the Braves, it's the Marlins, and the lineups are coming up right after this. to you in part by your local Ford dealers, by AT&T, and by Geico. Nice crowd gathering tonight in Atlanta. There are great ticket specials for this entire series between the Braves and the Marlins. Atlanta entering play tonight, a half game out in the National League wild card race, and Tommy Hanson on the mound trying to start this final regular season homestand in good shape against the Marlins. Florida comes in a game under 500. They are a 500 road team this year, which is rather remarkable considering who's been in and out of their lineup. Dan Uggla is in, Hanley Ramirez is out, and Uggla has hurt the Braves, as you saw in the last 20 to 25 games played in this ballpark.
Tommy Hanson, 24 years old, 6'6", 220, makes his 33rd start of the year. His career numbers against the Marlins, 3-1 in 5 starts. He's 2-1 in 3 starts. One of those was a rough one here. Listen to this. He gave up no homers in May. He gave up 1 in June, 1 in July. He gave up 4 homers in August, and all of them came in one game against these Florida Marlins in a loss to Florida here August 27th. Obviously, he'll need to adjust on that tonight. His 4 keys to the game: no more Tommy Boy. He has grown up, and he is pitching like an ace like he did in that game against Philadelphia. And once again, these are the fish, and they have hit 5 of the 14 home runs he's given up this year have come against Florida. Keep it in the ballpark tonight against these guys, and I think he'll be successful.
Here's how the Braves defense works behind him tonight. McLeod and Keel and Hayward from left to right. Derek Lee back in at first base as the Braves starter. Brian McCann behind the plate. And Scott Cousins, the Marlins center fielder, ready to go to work first. Hunter Wendelstedt has the balls and strikes tonight. Brian Runge, Jerry Lane, Mike Winters, the rest of the crew.
Did I hear that correctly? 60 degrees at game time? Wow.
Cousins made his big league debut against the Braves back on September 3rd. He's hitting .296. And a chopper toward third. Quick release and a good start.
Different looking lineup without Hanley Ramirez in there, isn't it? And the damage he's done to the Braves. You still got to contend with Dan Uggla, of course, but that's a big bat missing out of their lineup right now, much like it was in Washington with Ryan Zimmerman out.
Yeah, Hanley hitting over .400 this year against the Braves with 4 home runs. But his elbow too sore to allow him to play. This is 6 games in a row he has skipped. And that allows Emilio Bonifacio a chance to hit.
There are that line for Ramirez against Atlanta. He's sitting on a 300 average, literally.
Spanked out of play, foul. And Bonifacio 0-2.
Bonifacio's been missing some time too. They expected him to fill in for Ramirez, but he's had a bad hamstring. He's 0 for his last 14. But back in there tonight. That game in Philadelphia, Chip, I've never seen Hanson so focused, really motivated to pitch a good ball game, of course, because so much was on the line. But each and every pitch, he was just locked in.
And what was even equally impressive for Tommy, you know, his troubles in the first 2 innings of ball games. That's where he's given up the great bulk of the runs against him. Tommy allowed only 1 base runner in the first 2 innings against the Phillies. a shot off the bat of Bonifacio into right center field. So no Hanley Ramirez, but no trouble for Bonifacio. That's his 9th hit against the Braves this year. And he's a fast man aboard in front of Logan Morrison.
Good pitch, too. Outside part of the plate. And he hit it hard.
So let's see how aggressively the Marlins play here in the first inning. Fast man on. And Morrison, a left-hand hitter in the batter's box.
Bonifacio 9 for 9 in stolen bases. He hasn't been in that many games, had that many opportunities, but he's arguably the fastest player on their team. And Tommy Hanson with a big number against him in stolen bases, the most in the National League, 31.
He's going. And the pitch is high and no chance for McCann to make a throw. So Bonifacio is 10 for 10. And now Morrison a chance to drive home the game's first run.
Yeah, he was well over halfway by the time Brian got the ball.
Morrison, an impressive young player, had a stretch of 42 straight games reaching base snapped in the last Florida series. Hit his first big league home run against the Braves on August 27th. And has 2 so far this season.
Now that was one of the 4 hit off Hanson that night. And he's gone cold. 2 good curveballs back to back from Hanson to get ahead of him. But Morrison just 9 for his last 39. Listening to this vocal crowd here tonight, ones that stayed and weathered the rain delay, sounds like some of them had time to really get ready for the game tonight.
First pitch scheduled for 7:10. We teed it up around 8:15 tonight. Hot shot. And that ball kind of hydroplaned as it made its way to second base. Morrison moves Bonifacio to third, but there are now 2 outs for Dan Uggla.
What a good year he's having. His average has gone up. 30+ homers again.
Never realized until I saw it in the notes for the Florida club, he's never had a 100 RBI year.
Surprised me too. And this ballpark, the park that he has done his best work on the road. 42 career games, a .359 average.
Well, Tommy has gone to that breaking ball a lot more the last couple of games, and it's really helped him.
It's a good one. I think sometimes he gets away from it and is more fastball, cutter, and slider conscious.
Line to short. Uggla hit it on the button, but Alex Gonzalez, Johnny on the spot. Florida threatens, fails to score in the first in Atlanta. of 2010. To do that, they simply have to win. And here's the lineup. Bobby Cox trots out there for game one of this series. Derek Lee back in his starting assignment at first base. Hitting nearly 400 in the last 9 games with 6 runs batted in.
They'll go against Alex Sanabia, 22-year-old right-hander out of San Diego, who was a 32nd round draft pick in 06. He's made 2 starts against the Braves, both down in Florida with a high ERA. Fastball, changeup guy, an excellent changeup. Lefties hitting 200 against him, right-handers 333. And he uses that changeup a lot to left-handed hitters.
First pitch of the game is smacked to straightaway center. And Cousins drifted back, and in center field makes the play for the first out.
His 4 keys to success tonight is that there are 4 lefties in the lineup, and he'll be able to utilize that changeup and see how they adjust to him. And no cleanup. That doesn't mean the Braves don't have a cleanup hitter, but against this guy so far this year in his first 11 starts, cleanup hitters are hitting around 150 against him. He's handling the lineup in the middle.
And strike 1 to that first left-hand hitter in the form of Jason Hayward. As we showed you in the first portion of our rain-delayed open, the 1, 2, 3 hitters for the Braves all slumping.
There was a changeup.
And that's at the knees for Sanabia's first strikeout.
Top guys in the order have really had a hard time lately. Last 11 games for Omar, 12 for Jason, 13 for Prado. Averages are down. They're not getting on base, and that's limiting the runs scored for the middle of the lineup to drive them in. They've all gone cold at the same time, which hurts. If it was just one of them, it'd be different.
So 2 outs, Martin Prado up for the first time. Martin hitting .307. Prado's last RBI out of the 3 spot in the batting order, September 14th.
This guy is working fast.
And whether it's Chris Volstad, whether it's Josh Johnson, whether it's Anibal Sanchez, that's really the pattern we've seen from all of these Marlins starters against the Braves. Down in Florida, they were working very fast. They worked very fast in the last series here. And Prado makes fast work of Sanabia. A solid single to right with 2 outs. And now Brian McCann comes up.
High fastball. Martin would like for you to throw in that pitch a lot tonight, if you would, please, Mr. Sanabia. He doesn't miss many of those.
First left-hand hitter was Hayward. Sanabia struck him out. Now the first look at the Braves cleanup man and Brian McCann.
Now, in the 2 starts against the Braves, the right-handers have done all right. Infante 1 for 3. Prado now 4 for 7 against him with a homer. And Alex Gonzalez 3 for 4 against him. In keeping with those numbers, those splits, lefties and righties.
That gets through. And it gets through Ugla too. Wow.
Croquet, anyone? I've never seen that before.
Me either. And I'm sure Edwin Rodriguez is wondering what the heck happened.
This is hilarious. Through the wickets. Through the wickets. It's a double error. One that allows McCann to reach and one that allows Prado to go to third. I've never seen that before.
Not quite as dramatic as a goat roping, but we'll take it. First and third with 2 outs.
Sanchez, 10th error. Ugla's 18th error. All on a simple ground ball.
There's the first opportunity of the night. Let's see if Derek Lee can cash it in. He was thinking home run. Florida now 120 errors this year.
I didn't notice, but did Mike Stanton just lie down in front of the baseball when it got to him in right field?
No, he didn't. But it did rain very hard here. The infield was covered up. The outfield, where Ugla fielded the ball, still very soggy. That's where the tarp is dumped.
These are the breaks, though, that you need when you're scuffling here to put some wins on the board, wins you desperately need, and the team's going to help you out here, even with 2 out. Well, you got to take advantage. Good hitters count. Again, right-handers hitting this guy at a .333 clip. Good pitch. Good pitcher's pitch.
So with 2 outs and a full count, McCann will be able to perhaps take off from first. Let's see if Sanchez continues to hold him over there. He is. And Lee struck out on what looked to be ball 4.
Yep.
So the Braves can't cash in a Marlins double error. We've completed one wacky inning in Atlanta and still have no score. Night, the well-oiled fans doing the chop as we head to the second inning. Our broadcast tonight on Sports South presented in beautiful high definition by H. Gregg. Gabby Sanchez, Chad Tracy, Mike Stanton ready to rock and roll. So's Tommy. Real good rookie numbers for Gabby Sanchez. One thing you got to love about Hunter Wendelstedt, you know it's a strike, and if it's not, you know where the pitch missed. Hunter, of course, comes from a great umpiring family. His dad, Harry Wendelstedt, long a major league umpire. Hopefully Harry's watching the game tonight down in Ormond Beach, Florida. Two and two.
Gabby Sanchez has scuffled a little bit in recent days. Is 2 for his last 13. He might be feeling the crunch to try to finish strong for the Rookie of the Year possibility.
And he chased a high breaking ball. Tommy Hansen's first strike out of the game.
The way Tommy Hansen's pitching right now, the way he has started tonight's game, get him a run, even one run that he knows he's got to work with. That game in Philadelphia, he was matched up with, was it Halladay? It was Halladay, the second game. Oswalt, no, it's Halladay. And he had no runs to work with, 0-0. Oswalt, I beg your pardon, it was Oswalt. But both guys, Oswalt gave up 1 run through 5 innings. Tommy gave up, or excuse me, 1 hit. Tommy gave up 1 hit through 5 innings. They were both on top of the game.
And you look at his record, and you say, okay, he's 10-11. He hasn't had a good year. I mean, a casual fan might say that. Nothing could be farther from the truth. I mean, what Tommy's doing, where his ERA is, the number of starts, the numbers of innings he's pitched, he's kind of heading toward a little bit of strange history as a Braves starting pitcher. As Tracy takes a shot at the left field corner.
Well, here was an interesting note tonight in the Braves media notes. He's the only Braves pitcher since they became the Atlanta Braves with at least 30 starts, an ERA of .351 or better, and has a losing record. That is amazing.
And a little tapper. Wet baseball. Tough play. Good play.
Smart play, too. Martin remembered who was running, so he didn't take a chance of trying to barehand that ball. He had plenty of time with Tracy moving down the line to get him. I use the term moving loosely.
Which he would like to do the rest of this chilly night. Here's Mike Stanton. He jumps on the first pitch. And a very easy inning for Tommy. 3 up and 3 men down. Get the kid a run.
like no other. You've got to see the historic on-field tribute to Bobby live from Turner Field before they take on the Phillies. You won't want to miss it Saturday at 3:30 on Fox Sports South.
All right, Christina, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, a very big week of baseball happenings in Atlanta. Nate McLeod will go to work for the Braves in the second inning. And this is the Bobby Cox Tribute Series with the Marlins. Great ticket deals available for the rest of these ball games. Dugout and lower level seats are $24. Outfield pavilion seats $12. Upper level tickets just $6. And Nate McLeod is down on 3 pitches.
It's not easy for the left-handers. I mean, not advisable to go up there looking for the changeup when you're behind in the count 0-2, and that was a good pitch there from Sanabia. But early in the count, the left-handers can look for it and try to tee off on it because they're going to see it.
So he's got 3 punch-outs already tonight. And Alex Gonzalez, the hitter. There's one caveat to those great ticket deals for tomorrow night's game and Wednesday afternoon's game. You have to order them the day before at the very latest. Braves.com/Bobby, 800-745-3000. As we look at the ballpark tonight on a rainy, chilly Monday night. Vocal crowd, pretty good sized crowd. And we hope you'll join us for the rest of this series.
Certainly important to the players. They want a loud vocal crowd. They want people here helping them out all they can in their drive to the postseason.
That's belted down the left field line and just foul.
Bullpen was pointing foul. The fans were pointing fair.
I believe the fans.
2 pitches that moved him back off the plate, but he hung in there. Dropped the barrel on this one, and it just hooked right by the pole.
High fly to left. Logan Morrison, a first baseman by trade, staggers, but makes the catch. Time for a money and energy saving bright idea from Georgia Power. Use a programmable thermostat correctly to save money and energy. Go to GeorgiaPower.com for more energy saving tips. Georgia Power is a Southern company. Rick Ankiel had kind of a little league day yesterday, didn't he?
Big time.
Hit a solo home run. Knocked in a 7th inning run with a double. Threw out a runner at the plate trying to score. And he hits one into right center field. Braves hitting the ball hard against Sanabia, but it's not carrying on this cold night at Turner Field. 2 in the books, still no score. Lottery, by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Airtran Airways, and by the Home Depot. Joe and Chip tonight from Atlanta. No score after 2. And Brad Davis, the Florida catcher, will lead things off. Davis hitting .225, but the Braves haven't figured him out yet either. He's 6 for 19 with 5 runs batted in.
A lot of strikeouts, though, lately. 5 for his last 26 with 9 punch-outs. About to be number 10.
I can't tell you fans at home what pleasure it is to work every night with the Nostradamus of baseball. One away in the Florida third.
Breaking ball, took a little off. Got him to chase. Tommy's on top of his game. Just needs some runs.
Well, to your point about the Marlins, you mentioned about a couple of their players. They really do have the strikeout flu going through their lineup. 125 strikeouts now in their last 13 games plus. Looping liner to second. Now the top of the order. Braves start play tonight, as you know, a half game behind San Diego for the National League wild card. And the reason we have that graphic drawn up this way is the top 2 teams on that sheet will go to postseason play. Rockies fading fast. They've lost 6 of 7. Ubaldo Jimenez goes for his 20th tonight. And the Padres, who've really dominated the Cubs, will try to knock off Carlos Zambrano, who's won his last 6 games since coming off the Cubs restricted list.
Padres swept the Cubs in Chicago earlier this year in a 4-game series. I don't think it'll be that easy this time, not with Zambrano, Dempster, Wells, and Orsolani pitching against them. The Cubs are playing pretty good baseball right now. I can see the Cubs at least splitting that series, and if they do, the Braves can take full advantage.
Padres have to finish the season on the road in San Francisco after they play the Cubs. Braves, as you know, will be home with the Phillies. Phillies are winning tonight over the Nationals in the 7th inning.
And if they hang on to win, they clinch the National League East. Clubhouse guy in Washington had to be thinking yesterday, why didn't they win at their own ballpark and celebrate there and trash their own clubhouse instead of coming down here to trash mine?
Full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Well, the last time the Braves won the division was 2005. They clinched it on this date 5 years ago. And a base hit the other way by Cousins on a 3-2 pitch. Atlanta isn't going to win the East, but tries to move a step closer toward clinching a playoff berth with a win tonight.
Scott Cousins is a guy they like a lot over in the Florida organization. A good center fielder. In fact, they think he's a better center fielder than Cameron Maben. And depending on how he hits here in this, more or less this tryout at the end of the year and into spring training, might dictate whether or not he makes the club in spring training next year. And perhaps platoon with Maben in the center.
And that has to be a very disappointing trade for the Marlins. Cameron Maybin and Andrew Miller in that Miguel Cabrera deal. Neither one of the players that came over from the Tigers has panned out the way the Fish thought they would. Meanwhile, Cabrera putting together a potential MVP season over for Detroit in the American League.
Cousins does not have a stolen base, but that doesn't mean he won't run, especially given the luck that teams have had running against Hansen.
Marlins dropped 3 out of 4 in Milwaukee. That's where they came from last night. They scored 10 runs in that series against the Brew Crew. Let's see if Hansen can finish off the Marlins shortstop Emilio Bonifacio.
Hansen gave up 2 stolen bases to the Phillies, 1 to Worth, 1 to Utley. 0-2, not a good pitch to run on, but you might see Cousins go just to have Bonifacio lead off in case he gets thrown out.
Braves pitched out thinking along with you. Now he's going, and the pitch is cut on, tipped into McCann's glove, and that will retire the side. Third strikeout for Tommy Hansen. Bottom of the 3rd inning, still scoreless. First at the plate in the Braves half of inning number 3.
That's not a good sign.
That ball's hit hard. 1 out.
Cousins had him played right, though. Tommy was looking at his finger as he was walking off the mound. His finger, his thumb, and then see some marks on his pant leg. chewing off some loose skin or part of a callus. Let's hope it's nothing serious. Chip, I've done everything I know to do to help get this offense started. I changed pencils.
2 balls and a strike. If only it were that easy, right?
Boy.
We knew that it was going to come down, or at least Billy Wagner said it was going to come down to the final weekend. We hoped it was going to be for the division. It's going to come down to the final weekend for any of the playoff spots. Braves are wearing out Cousins in center. He's made 3 straight putouts. And Jason Hayward will hit. All year long, Braves baseball on Sports Out, presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price. Marlins and the Nationals have played the Braves tough this year. And they continue tonight. A squibber out to short, and short work of the Braves is made by Alex Sanabria. The Marlins starter has allowed 1 hit through 3 tonight.
He swings and he gets one right there, but he kept his head down on it so long he had no idea where the ball went. He's looking up in the air. He thought he popped it up. And now again, there's one of those times, and Jason did that. I'm not sure that he was looking for a changeup there, but one of those cases where you can look for a changeup early in the count, and that would have been a good time to look for it.
So Logan Morrison will go to work in the Florida 4th. Remember, we had about an hour-long rain delay before the first pitch was thrown tonight. That's why as we come to you at the 9 o'clock hour, we're only through 3 complete. Keep an eye on Tommy Hanson if he has any discomfort. Really, Morrison's a terrific young player who's lucky to still be playing. The last time we saw the Marlins down in Miami,
Got smoked in the face off that foul ball. Lower right portion of your TV, you can see that he wasn't even watching.
Prado at third. And remarkable that Morrison not only was able to walk off the field under his own power. Talked to him right after the game down by the Florida locker room. You could see the stitches on the baseball on that welt. And they were going to keep him down in South Florida for observation. He said, the heck with that. Got on the team plane, went to Philadelphia with the Marlins, and was in the lineup the next day.
Doubleheader.
Ugla, lined and caught. What a play.
Dan Ugla with a long walk back to the dugout and staring over at Martin. What a great grab that was. Martin looks at Dan and just kind of shrugged his arms up in the air like, sorry. Great shot there on our Fox Mo.
And how about Ugla making his way back? Kept on looking at Prado and then kind of gave him the high side. Thumbs up or pointed at him. Great play.
Sure helped his pitcher out there. That was going to be a one-out double at least.
Omar, short right, got him, what a play! Leathered larceny by Omar Infante. And now it's Sanchez's turn to look and stare at the Atlanta defense. Prado, Brian McCann, Derek Lee. A beautiful defensive inning for the Braves a moment ago. Let's see if that can fire up the lumber.
Sometimes it can, especially for the guy leading off the inning. Got a little adrenaline pumping.
Got to be impressed with what Sanabia has been doing of late. Won 2 of his last 3 decisions. And Edwin Rodriguez thinks this guy's got a real shot at being in their rotation next year. That's how well he's done in September.
Last time he pitched against the Braves back on September 5th, he gave up only 3 hits and a run through 5 innings to Atlanta. Was dazzling them that day and struck out 6.
Another shot to center.
But then all of a sudden, to start the 6th inning, he gave up 3 straight singles and a walk, and all 4 of those runs scored. The Braves tied the game. They had trailed 6-1, and they tied it up and then lost in 10 innings. But it's obvious that from a defensive standpoint, they're playing Cousins and Stanton way over toward right field, toward the right field line, because of the Braves' right-handed ability to go the other way. And Cousins has been in the right spot a lot already.
He's made 5 putouts in center tonight. And this guy Sanabia is in a real rhythm. He's retired 8 in a row. McCann, the last Brave to reach, that was on the double error by the Florida club in the first inning. High fly, well hit right. Stanton back at the wall. It's out of here. At long last, the Braves have a lead for Tommy Hanson.
Man, is that a big blow. Can't tell you how big this is to pick the ball club up, change up, sinking down and away, and he just sat on it. Brian just waited on it and went out around it. Kept his hands back, full extension because the ball's out away from him. And home run number 21.
Eric Lee, a bouncing ball to third. And 2 outs.
Brian McCann has our Geico quote of the game with regard to the postseason race. He said, "We've got 6 games to make this thing happen. We'll see what we're made of. We're ready." Well, Brian just showed you he's ready. One of the deepest parts of the ballpark. Marlins are used to seeing him hit the ball over the fence to right field.
No need to review that one, as Brian straps on the shin guards, knowing Tommy Hanson's got a 4th inning lead. One ball, 1 strike to left fielder Nate McLouth.
He had a good cut at that. Now he has the luxury, because it's just 1-1. He has the luxury of looking for that changeup.
And McLouth wisely steps out.
Another reason Cousins has been able to track down some of those balls in right center is he's playing really deep. Warning track not that far behind him.
High fly ball, shallow left. Bonifacio called off or peeled off, and Morrison can't get there. Now, we have seen with the Marlins trouble between Morrison and Hanley Ramirez. Bonifacio was trying to track that down, and he just peeled off, and Morrison was not within 15 feet of the ball.
Where's Sanabia going? Well, how'd the ball get over there? Time had been called. Let's see, he threw the ball out, but he didn't know time had been called. Fastball, it was up and away. And you know what? There might have been some home field advantage here. Maybe somebody in the stands started calling for it, and that's why Bonifacio peeled off. Morrison certainly wasn't calling it. He was nowhere. He wasn't even in the same neighborhood, but maybe somebody in the stands was.
Braves will take all the help they can get. It's a hit for McLouth.
Brad Davis has done a good job throwing out base stealers. His number's right at 30%. That's pretty good.
And Hayes has been kind of force-fed the starting catching duties because of injury and Ronnie Paulino's suspension. And now he gets a pat on the back as the count now 2 balls and no strikes. McLouth is running. The pitch is strike. The throw to second. Close, but late. Seventh steal for Nate McLouth, and he's in scoring position.
Good crossover step here, and then a late slide. Watch how late he goes into the bag on his pop-up. That didn't slow him down at all on this slow track from the rain. And then when it looked like he might step over the bag, he kind of grabbed onto Dan Ugla to make sure he didn't.
That's hit to third, and Tracy late getting the glove down, but able to make the play. And that will retire the side. Brian McCann leads the club at homers. His 21st is a solo shot over the fence in right field. And we head to the 5th inning with the Braves leading 1-0. Led their club in homers 3 straight years. Brian McCann leads the Braves here in 2010. Again, his solo shot puts the Braves in front as we head to the 5th. Those other catchers, Yogi Berra, Ted Simmons, Lance Parrish, Gus Triandos, and Mike Piazza. And a liner, curved foul, and out of play.
You know, the only guy that surprises me out of that group is Ted Simmons. I always equate him to high average, you know, a lot of hits every year, always in the top 10 in hitting, but never really thought of him as leading a team in homers 3 consecutive years.
Yeah, you think of some of those Cardinal clubs that he played on in the late 70s and before 82 when he went to Milwaukee. Very fast clubs, but not very powerful clubs.
That's a good point.
Another shot to the right side. Easy play for Leanne Hansen. And a very interesting story is developed in this series, and that's the subject of our Airtran upcoming schedule for the Braves. Bobby Cox has juggled his rotation out of necessity for the final 2 games of this set.
Yeah, Tim Hudson will pitch on 3 days rest against Anibal Sanchez tomorrow. Likewise, Derek Lowe against Andrew Miller, the left-hander, Wednesday. Keep an eye on that Wednesday start time. And here at 4:30, first pitch 4:35.
Everybody else in the National League has seen the best of Mike Stanton at the plate. The Braves have not.
They don't want to.
He's 1 for 31 at the plate. But after his call-up in June, he still hit 21 home runs.
Yeah, he hit 21 in Double-A, too.
Broken bat, and he muscles that into left field.
That one hit, though, prior to this one, was a home run to the opposite field off Chris Medlin in Florida. That was just a missile. And this is a glimpse of what he's done against some other ball clubs. A long shot against the Brewers into the second deck.
That has to be a very encouraging thing for the Marlins to think about. With seemingly so little young right-handed power in the game of baseball, you've got a 20-year-old kid that's already got 21 home runs.
He's not going to win the Rookie of the Year award, but he is going to be a force. Terrific athlete. By baseball standards, he didn't play that much before he was drafted and signed, and he was actually dropped down to a second-round pick. So he passed through everybody before the Marlins had a second crack at him. But he was a 3-sport star. Whatever was in season, he played. He was not a guy. Oh, that was close. He was not a guy who played high school baseball in the spring and travel baseball as a youth all summer long. Good try by Henson.
I know we've told the story a couple of times about Stanton. Remember a couple of years ago when the Red Sox were ridding themselves of Manny Ramirez, the Marlins were briefly engaged in those talks. Florida refused to include Stanton in any potential deal for Manny Ramirez, who pre-suspension was still one of the most feared hitters in the game. Tommy Hanson turning into one of the more feared pitchers in September. Davis doubled up. He maintains his 1-0 lead. 6-4-3, and out we go to the bottom of the 5th.
Saturday, as Dan Mullen and crew prepare to attack Alcorn State and introduce the Braves to SEC football. Alcorn State versus Mississippi State, Saturday, 12 Eastern on Fox Sports South.
1-0 in the bottom of the 5th inning. And the Braves attack starts with Rick Ankiel, Tommy Hanson, and then Omar Infante. You can get Braves 2010 Division Series tickets. Visit us at braves.com/postseason. Dial 800-745-3000. You can pick them up at Ticketmaster or here at the Turner Field ticket windows. Secure the best seats by ordering today. And another chance in center for Cousins. 1 out. This guy's repertoire, Sanabia, reminds me of Chris Medley.
Yeah, there's some similarities there. I don't think he throws quite as hard as Chris, but he's in the low 90s anyway, 90, 91, and a changeup that he'll use in just about any count.
Two California kids dueling here in the 5th inning. Tommy out of Redlands, California. Sanabia out of San Diego.
One a 22nd round pick, another a 32nd round pick.
Just going to say, that's what really makes this game fun. We talk about the first rounders, the second rounders. Sanabia was the 965th pick taken in that 06 draft by the Marlins.
It's hard to know what's in a guy's heart.
Tracy gobbles it up and throws out Tommy Hanson.
And he's been very steady coming through their minor league system. A career in the minor leagues of 25 and 18, including this year in AA and AAA combined. He was 6-1 with a 1.92 ERA, and I think that shows what can happen for a guy and how fast you can move if you've got good command and a good changeup. When you can throw the changeup in any count, even to big league hitters, you're going to move through quickly.
We've seen an example of that a couple of times in September when the unheralded Brandon Beachy came up. A bunt. Gotta hurry. He wound up and it cost him.
Sure did. He all but took a crow hop. Wasn't a great bunt, but yeah, he did take a hop. He didn't just plant and throw, and that cost him big time. See if the Braves can turn the 2-out bunt into a run. If you're going to bunt with 2 outs, you better be ready to run.
Jason hit one right off the end of the bat last time up. And he's also struck out. Who knows if that bunt single for Omar Infante will have an effect on this game. Remember, he's trying to qualify for a batting title. And he's 1 for 3 tonight.
Maybe to get him going offensively too, because he did not have a good road trip, just 6 for 36. It was Jason's numbers from the trip. That was 6 for 33. He did have a homer.
Good stop by Davis.
Yeah, good lateral movement there to get over in front of it.
It's a favorable breeze for the left-hand hitters. Wind blowing ever so slightly out toward the Braves bullpen. That's the direction Brian McCann's shot went. That was more of a line drive, not wind aided at all.
One change up there. Would he dare throw one 3-1? He's been willing to throw it in just about any other count. Looked like a sign for a two-seamer sinker.
Runner goes. Pitch line center field. And Fonte will make it to third. Ball bobbled. Hayward thought about two. Ball gets away from Ugla, but no further advance.
Boy, Jason whistled this one into center, down and in. That sinker was supposed to be down and away, and the location, just missing your target, sometimes costs you. And with Omar running, he made it to third base easily. Jason knew where that one was going, didn't he?
Been a while for Prado since he's added to his RBI total. It stands at 66. Big run 90 feet away with 2 outs.
Some room on the right side. Ugla playing Martin up the middle. And the runner first being held. I'm really surprised to see Ugla playing cheated that much up the middle here with 2 out.
Off the pitcher's glove.
And
Prado hurt himself on that swing. The inning is over, and Prado about 4 steps up the line, down to his knees as the Braves end their 5th inning.
See what happened here. Reach for a pitch away from him. And immediately grabbed at his side. That he's even limping too. I don't know if that's an oblique or if it might be even a groin injury.
Whatever it is, it ain't good news. And play third base. Martin Prado left the game after the last swing of the Braves' 5th inning.
I mean, it didn't look like that violent a swing, even with the ball out away from him. I mean, I'm having a hard time trying to figure out what he's favoring, because he's grabbing his side, but he's also limping. We'll let you know as soon as we know.
I think it's safe to say it's really an open secret that Prado's been playing hurt for the last 2-3 weeks.
Yeah. And has had a bad groin.
So the injury is really racking up for the Braves at a really bad time. Talked about Jurgens, still discomfort in his knee. Won't pitch tomorrow. Don't know if he'll pitch again before the year's out. Sanabia ground ball to second. Takashi Saito is still hurting. Eric O'Flaherty is a little bit banged up as well. And now Martin Prado here in the season's final week.
Well, needless to say, that would be a huge loss at such a crucial time. And as a player, as a teammate, really is a punch in the gut, but you've really got to regain some focus and concentration on the job at hand here, and hope that you get some good news on Martin.
Scott Cousins, the batter. Braves infield has had a couple of real Iron Men working this summer. Tonight, Prado playing 39 straight games since coming off the disabled list. Omar Infante tonight's playing in his 58th in a row.
Tommy Hansen's had maybe the best curveball he's had all year tonight. He's using it. What a great ratio of strikes to balls tonight.
Two balls, two strikes. He hits the ball to left for the second straight time. This one on a line to Nate McLeod. And Cousins 1 for 3.
And our Toyota Tundra hardest working player tonight so far is Tommy Hansen. Outstanding work tonight. And he struck out just 3, but he's also had some good defense turned in behind him too that's helped him out immensely, including a double play in the 5th. But a great play by Martin Prado off the bat of Ugla in the 4th. Good play by Infante, robbing Sanchez of a hit in the 4th.
Bonifacio singled, stole a base, and was in scoring position in the 1st. Florida couldn't bring him home. He's the only man to get past first base against Hansen in this game. Fly ball right center, pretty well hit. And tracked down nicely by Rick Ankiel. Good running catch. Rob Bonifacio of extra bases. Bottom of the 6th. Still a 1-0 Braves game.
right, and it's cold here tonight. How about this play by Martin Prado? Dan Ugla thought he had at least a double as he ripped one down the line, but a great diving stop by Martin. That might have been a precursor to his injury later when he was hitting. He didn't appear to be favoring anything or injured after that play, but a great play. That was Coors Light Freeze Can, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light.
Well, Brian McCann to work. He's reached on the double air. He's hit a home run. That's the only run tonight. And no matter what happens to Brian for the rest of his career, he can say he made history against Florida. The first video review of a walk-off homer in baseball history. That came against the Marlins here at Turner Field.
I didn't know that. What you'd like to do, though, when that happens is, since you're having to wait at second base, is can I go back to home plate and start over and work on my trot a little bit?
Popped up. And with the shift on, the shortstop makes the play. What was great about the review was the reaction, I thought, of Tim McClellan once he made the call.
Leo Nunez right down the line. Skips off one fence and onto another. Tim is thinking no, that it hit the wall and bounced back off the padding. And then upon further review, Tim came out and, yeah, you're right.
And I think at the time when that celebration took place, what did you say? Nobody get hurt.
Yeah. Brian said he even made fun of himself. He said, I really didn't know what to do.
That's not surprising. You know, I know tonight we had our top 25 Braves moments in the history of this great franchise. You'd have a hard time picking 25 top moments from this season. There have been so many. That one would have to make the list, I would think. As Derek Lee retired on strikes, Sanabia has pitched very effective ball tonight.
He's cooled off a hot hitter, that's for sure.
He struck Derek out twice and has 4 in the game. But we're hoping for the biggest highlight to be a playoff spot clinching game this week. And a fitting tribute for the final regular season games managed by Bobby Cox. Don't forget the big weekend celebration with the Phillies. Bobby Cox Tribute Day on Saturday afternoon, and Sunday afternoon the regular season wrap up here on Sports South. Popped up. Tracy, a long route, sliding try, can't make the play.
Hey, you got to appreciate this. He didn't come up with it, but here's a guy who has really nothing on the line except professional pride. The Marlins battling to try to at least finish above 500, and he gave top-notch effort there.
They may be looking for a third baseman by the start of spring training next year. They have a kid named Matt Dominguez, who is a very high draft choice that may have a chance to win a job for their opening day roster next year. If not, maybe Tracy will get the call again. McLeod pokes that ball to left. And Logan Morrison puts it away. 3 up, 3 down. Great pitching matchup tonight in Atlanta, and it's being won by Tommy Henson by a 1-0 score. by brought to you in part by AT&T Uverse, by McDonald's, and by Georgia Power. Joe and Chip back in Atlanta, 7th inning already, despite an hour-long rain delay before the first pitch. It's been an efficient and very effective game for Tommy Hanson, who, with a Brian McCann solo homer, leads this game. Academy Sports and Outdoor Leaderboard shows the Marlins a very young team.
Congratulations to the Phillies. They just clinched, shut out the Nationals, so they won it in grand style, 8-0.
Roy Halladay started that game tonight. It would be his 21st victory of the season. And he went the distance tonight.
Did he? I know that Jason Worth hit a home run. He had at least one homer. They've had an unbelievable September.
Two balls, 2 strikes. 1 point and 11-game winning streak for the Phillies this month. And maybe the Braves can cool them off going into postseason play when they come in for the final weekend.
Well, a lot of times the manager will rest some of his regulars, getting them ready for the postseason, or have his starters only go 4 or 5 innings as a tune-up. But remember that Chase Utley missed a lot of time. Ryan Howard missed about 3 weeks with a bad ankle. They had some rest in July and August.
High fly ball to left.
And they're still trying to get Jimmy Rollins back on the field.
Yeah, Halladay just a two-hitter tonight, and another complete game. I don't know about Adam Wainwright, his 20 wins for the Cardinals. Mentioned Ubaldo Jimenez trying to win his 20th for the Rockies. Has Halladay started to stretch the field for the Cy Young in the league?
I think so. Innings pitched, strikeouts, wins, ERA.
Here's Ugla. Braves hugging the line with Dan. Remember, he had a screaming shot in the 4th inning that Martin Prado dived and caught. And this one a squibber. And Eric Lee just able to hold the bag at first. Ugla's 0 for 3.
And he came in a hot hitter. But robbed of a double by Prado. That's part of his line tonight.
Well, to your point about Tommy Hanson in that last start against the Phillies, 6 innings of 2-hit baseball in that crazy atmosphere at Citizens Bank Park. I know he's been in the big leagues a full year plus now, but your comment about him becoming a major league pitcher maybe being borne out tonight.
Yeah, he's 24 years old and he's still a kid, certainly by my standards, but he grew up a lot in that start.
That pitch is the one that the last 2 or 3 games has been a big difference maker. 3 balls and a strike. Sanchez, a Miami kid, a University of Miami product. And now we'll face a full count as Tommy threaded the needle there.
93 miles an hour on his 85th pitch.
Bouncing ball to second. Time to stretch the legs and stretch the lead. 1-0 Atlanta in front.
Brand new special section dedicated just to Bobby. See former players and Braves fans from all over wishing Bobby the best, and you can leave a message too. Just go online at foxsportssouth.com. Chip and Joe, back to you guys.
All right, Christina, thank you very much. Braves up a run in the last half of inning number 7. Gonzalez and Keel Hansen coming up.
Needs some more runs. One's not enough. Tommy's pitching great, but he needs a little breathing room. Tommy due up third, and he's putting his gloves on. Good to see.
Popped up out of play for the Braves shortstop. Well, your point about scoring a few more runs is very, very true. 43 times this year, the Braves have scored 2 runs or less in a ball game. They've won 4 of those games.
Came in with an ERA of 2.77 since the All-Star break, and yet he's just 2-6 since the break.
Meanwhile, Randy St. Clair's protege, Alex Sanabia, has pitched a real good game, too. Fly ball to left.
And with 1 out, here's our Georgia lottery hitting the jackpot. And it's with Bobby's tour around baseball, concluded yesterday in Washington in terms of road games. Here are some of the gifts given to Bobby from various ball clubs. You'll notice that at the bottom, the Marlins did not take part. No recognition, no gift, no acknowledgement. But everybody else did.
Apparently that was because Bobby had the temerity to wonder how Freddie Gonzalez could be relieved of his duties after his term as the Florida skipper and the problems that the Marlins have had really since day one with their bullpen. That was such a big problem to overcome.
Well, Bobby was very grateful from all the teams and the things they did for him. Nice gifts. He was, I mean, none of it was expected, so I don't want anybody to think that he lost any sleep over not getting any acknowledgement from the fish.
Back to the mound. And 2 are out. Again, it's the final week for Bobby Cox during regular season play at the ballpark. And if you're here, we really encourage you to buy the commemorative Bobby Cox program. You can get it at the Braves Clubhouse store in CNN Center or online. And that collectible issue is only available through this year and through this special offer.
His pitching coach and trainer have come out here to check on Sanabia. Jose Veras in their bullpen loosening up. Might have been something they knew between innings he was scuffling with, and they wanted to check on it because they were out of the dugout as soon as he threw that ball to first. He has gone 8 innings. That's his longest stint so far this year.
And he's 1 out away from getting through 7 tonight. And his mound opponent stands between him and that goal. Pirates and the Cardinals 4-4 in the 6th. That may not seem like an important game, but Pittsburgh is trying to avoid some real ugly history in that series with St. Louis. Pittsburgh Pirates have won 17, or make that 15 games all year on the road. The all-time low is 17.
Goodness.
The 63 Mets did that. And they've blown a lead against the Redbirds. Tommy Hanson blowing away the fish. Leads 1-0, and we head to the 8th. Consecutive Marlins, and has allowed just 3 hits in total. And here's the rest of tonight's game summary.
Yeah, the only one you don't want to look at is one on the right where Martin Prado had to leave the game in the 5th inning after a swing, and he hit a comebacker to the mound and barely got out of the batter's box. He had to be helped off the field. We don't know yet the extent of the injury, the actual location, if it was an oblique or if it was something related to the groin strain that he's been battling. But again, we'll let you know as soon as we know. Tommy Hanson's been brilliant again. It's one more good inning. And maybe turn it over to Billy Wagner. We'll see. He's at 86 pitches.
Billy Wagner also chasing a milestone here in these final 6 games. Let's see if the game gets into his capable hands. Right now, Tommy Hanson is wheeling and dealing.
If you missed it, here was Martine's swing that ended the 5th inning. Grabbing at his side, but also limping, and eventually went down. And for him to do that, with all the other injuries he plays with on a daily basis, it had to be something pretty bad. Brooks Conrad has been in his place.
Pop. Tracy is out number 1. 8 straight retired by Tommy Hanson. While we have a sec, let's take a look at our AT&T Uverse trivia question this evening. What former Marlin has the most career homers against Bobby Cox-led teams?
Former Marlin. Well, we think about that. This guy's one guy that right now worries me the most because of his instant offense, Mike Stanton.
Another oddity about this kid's season is how much better he's been on the road as opposed to his home park. 300 average, 15 homers on the road, 161 and 6 at Sun Life Stadium.
Yeah, that's amazing. Although, from a power standpoint, Sun Life Stadium's not a great hitter's ballpark, power-wise.
And a breaking ball hammered by Stanton. A rare mistake from Tommy tonight. And the tying run aboard in the Florida 8th.
Let's see how Edwin Rodriguez plays it here. Down a run. Stanton only 4 stolen bases in 6 attempts. It doesn't run that much, but again, Hanson, a guy you can run on. Johnny Venters, Peter Moylan get up immediately for Atlanta.
Pitcher spot due next.
Jose Veras, Leo Nunez throwing in the Marlins bullpen.
Nunez used to be the Florida closer. Runner is going. Swing and a miss. The throw is off target. Braves tried to deke Stanton, but Mike in scoring position with 1 out.
He actually slipped a little bit on that crossover step, too. Marlins throw a little to the first base side of the bag, and that allowed him an easy time to get in there.
Second steal of the game for Florida. Now an even count to Davis.
Bonifacio made it to third base in the first inning, was left stranded there. I believe he's the only other runner to get this into scoring position other than Stanton.
Broken bat, fly ball down the left field line, fair ball, and it's going to tie the game. Davis in at second with a bloop double. Can you believe that?
.16th RBI for him, came on another breaking ball, and this one was supposed to be away, and it stayed in. He didn't even run right away. He thought it might stay or it might hook foul, and it didn't.
So Hanley Ramirez now pinch running for Davis out at second base. Wes Helms will hit. Sanabia off the hook for the loss. Helms will try to put him in position to win.
Stolen base certainly played a part in that. But the bottom line is Tommy Hanson ought to be allowed a mistake or two the way he's pitched tonight and still have the lead, and he doesn't.
McCann out to talk things over with Tommy. He's left a couple of breaking balls up in this inning, and it's cost him the lead. Two balls and a strike to Helms. Line drive caught. And word from the trainer's room about the Prado injury.
This diving catch off the bat of Dan Ugla apparently started it. It's being called a hip pointer. And that was the first point of aggravation, and then the swing did him in. He's listed as day-to-day, but he's still being evaluated.
Listen to the ovation for Tommy Hanson. Usually one mistake, and that's the fate of Tommy Hanson now as he turns things over to his bullpen. Hanson goes 7 2/3 innings, a 5-hit, no walk, 3 strikeout baseball. And the AT&T call to the bullpen is answered by Johnny Venters, who will face Cameron Maben, who's on to pinch hit with the Marlins' potential go-ahead run aboard and 2 outs.
76th game for Johnny Venters this season. That's the 5th most by a Major League rookie since 2005. Johnny has not been his dominating self since the beginning of September. He has given up hits in every outing but one. That's 10 out of his last 11 outings. He's allowed at least one hit. He's walked at least one in each of his last 3 outings.
Here he is, 2-0 with Maben.
And yesterday, after Kyle Farnsworth had walked 2 batters after 2 were out, Johnny was brought in to pitch to Niger Morgan, and he walked him. And then gave up the go-ahead hit to Ian Desmond. It's really a tough thing to swallow for Tommy Hanson because he can't win this game. He can only lose it or get a no decision.
Look out, folks. And now Maben, hitting .232 on the year, has a 2-2 count. Close.
Try to get the ball to back up. Fox Tracks tells us it was there.
That one was. Grandpa got to borrow it. Let's get some runs. Jason Hayward coming up for the Braves. He's due second as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning, tied 1-1. Huber's trivia question. Final series for Bobby Cox. Managing against the Marlins, can you name the former Marlin who has the most career homers against a Bobby Cox club?
I don't know. I wouldn't have guessed Mike Piazza. I was going to guess Miguel Cabrera. Piazza wasn't a Marlin very long. That's why I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, about the length of one of those Florida thunder showers.
Yeah.
So a trick question. We will take our loss under protest. As we look at the defensive changes for the Marlins, Maben stays in to play center. Chris Hatcher up from Double-A works behind the plate now. And Leo Nunez, who's had a roller coaster year out of the Marlins pen, is on the pitch.
They want him to be a pitcher, not a thrower. They want him to quit throwing his changeup 8 times in a row. Use his good arm.
And because of that love affair with the changeup, because of those 8 blown saves, Nunez isn't closing games for them. He's a setup guy now.
Yeah, Clay Hensley's doing the closing.
Infante, Hayward, Brooks, Conrad scheduled in the Braves' 8th.
Good eye there by Omar. Nunez this year against Atlanta, been in 6 games, 0-2, 4 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 7 runs, 4 walks.
High fly ball to left. Pretty well hit, but playable at the edge of the track. One out. Now Edwin Rodriguez out with Hayward coming up.
And he was hustling out there.
Cubs and Padres are underway out west. Chicago failed to score in the top of the first inning. Carlos Zambrano pitching against San Diego. Braves a half game behind the Padres in the wild card. Cubs and Padres starting a 4-game set.
.94 on that fastball, and a good spot too, down and away. Nunez has made a lot of mistakes against the Braves this year. They're hoping for another 1 or 2 here.
It's kind of ironic, too. We talked at the start of the broadcast tonight. This is not a Braves offense that's going to hit a lot of home runs. It's an offense that has to work hard to get its 3 or 4 a game. Tonight they've got 1 run, and it's a solo home run.
Also only got 5 hits. Sanavia did a good job. No walks.
$26,338 paid crowd tonight. And Jason down on a 94-mile-an-hour fastball for the second out. That's 9 straight Braves hitters retired by the Marlins staff.
Jason backed out of there grimacing a little bit. He fouled the ball off his foot. I don't know if he was grimacing about that or something else.
Well, can this little guy have a flair for the dramatic in the 8th? We know he can do it in the ninth.
And we know he can hit a fastball.
Got a fastball count.
Pretty impressive there.
And he yanks that one fair and into the right field corner. A 2-out double.
Fastball looked like it was up and in, Chip. They wanted it away, but it was down and in. And he raked it, kept it fair. Short, quick, swing. Doesn't matter how hard you throw it to Brooks, he can hit it. Braves had a runner. Actually had runners at first and third thanks to the errors in the first inning. And Derek Lee struck out. Now they've got a runner in scoring position with 2 out for Brian McCann. They're going to walk him. Yep.
And one reason for this, again on that replayed, reviewed home run, it was Leo Nunez who served it up to McCann. And you've got the right hand hitting Derek Lee waiting on deck.
The only run for Atlanta tonight. A Brian McCann homer with 1 out in the 4th inning. First walk of the ball game by either side. And Brian's home run, the subject of our Airtran How Far Did It Fly home run. He hit it to right center. The ball traveled 394 feet for his 21st long one. It's the only run of the night for Atlanta. They'd like to get one right here with 2 out. Sanavia did a good job of showing pitches away to Derek Lee and then really busting him inside.
On the road trip with the Braves scuffling for offense much of the time, it was Derek Lee who was the hottest hitter. He is 0 for 3 tonight.
Kind of like that. A little off. That's his changeup. Changeup at 85.
Derek down to his last strike. 1 and 2 in the 8th.
Oh, that was right there, too. Out away from him, just above the knees. Have to have that one back, I'm sure. Hunter Wendelstedt pays the price for this one. Came down, hit him in the foot, but hopefully got part of that steel-toed shoe. Like it's barking though.
Hunter's had a good night behind the plate tonight.
He has. Let's see if they go after him, if they use one pitch to set up another. Fastball about 95. One would guess, if you're guessing, that he'd come back with another off-speed pitch.
It was a fastball at
gas.
94. And the Braves strand a pair in the 8th inning. Leo Nunez escapes by the hair of his chinny chin chin. 1-1 game. We go to the 9th.
Tacoma plays of the game from the Atlanta defense. Great diving stop by Martin Prado. Excellent play here that followed Martin's play by Omar Infante to get Gabby Sanchez. Nifty double play here in the 5th. Rick Ankiel tracks one down off the bat of Bonifacio that would have been a triple if he doesn't flag it down. Good defense all night long for Atlanta. And Billy Wagner on to work the 9th.
You're right. The defense has been great. The pitching's been great. But not enough offense for a lead, at least not yet. And the AT&T call to the bullpen features Billy Wagner. He'll turn Bonifacio around. He'll face Morrison, then Ugler in a 1-1 game.
Perfect guy if you're Florida to have leading off an inning in a tie ball game late, because he's got such great speed. If he can reach, he can wreak havoc.
Out of play foul for Bonifacio, 1-2. Phillies clinched the division tonight. They beat Washington 8-0. Cubs and Padres scoreless in the 2nd. Dodgers really trying to hamstring the Rockies. They're beating Colorado at Coors Field 2-1 in the 7th.
Low scoring game for that ballpark.
Yeah. But it looks like Colorado's going to be outside looking in come postseason time.
Tell you one thing that happened last inning that Braves and Bobby Cox probably happy to see, not knowing the severity of the elbow problem that's been bothering Hanley Ramirez. He's out of the game. Don't have to worry about him pinch hitting.
Don't want to walk this guy. 3-2. He didn't. 94 down the middle, and Bonifacio missed it by plenty. 1 out.
By him on the inside third. And now a guy that Billy Wagner was very impressed with down in Florida, saying that for a left-handed hitter hitting against him, he said he didn't flinch an ounce. Hung right in there.
Two hopper to second. And now you've got Dan Uggla. There's the playoff scenario up to the minute, at least as far as the wild card is concerned. The Giants are off tonight.
They open up a series with Arizona at home tomorrow. Dan Uggla 1 for 10 in his career against Billy Wagner. That one hit was a homer. He's also struck out 4 times.
Tonight, in an 0 for 3 game, has hit the ball on the button twice.
And with 31 homers and 99 RBIs, he'll be cutting it loose if he gets something that he likes. Seven on that one. Backdoor slider, kind of a get over speed, didn't try to overcook it. Just wanted to throw it for a strike, and that was a beauty.
And he struck him out. Billy Wagner, a perfect top of the 9th inning. How about a perfect bottom half and a run to win it? For the Braves, Nate McLouth, Alex Gonzalez, and Rick Ankiel are coming up. The Braves, as you know, have had a tremendous flair for the dramatic. And one of those 24 came off the bat of Nate McLouth.
Way back on April 20th against the Phillies. That was the great walk-off where there was nobody to greet him. Where did everybody go? Nobody in the dugout? They're already in the tunnel waiting on him. That was funny.
So Brian Sanchez, the man that will try to send this to the 10th. Nate tonight is 1 for 3. He singled in the 4th, stole second, and was stranded there.
This guy's had a good year for him. Only 40 hits allowed in 59 innings, a 194 average against him. Good split finger pitch, throws pretty hard.
You have your rally caps on at home, too. Marlins have Gabby Sanchez, Anibal Sanchez. This is Brian Sanchez with an S. And hugging the line is Gabby, and he'll make the play for the first out.
That's why you do that. This stage of the ball game is to prevent an extra base hit, and it would have been had he been playing his normal position. Right over the bag, and that's where Gabby was playing.
Alex has home run power. 23 between Atlanta and Toronto this season.
He had a walk-off against the Cardinals last homestand.
A one-hopper to Dan Ugla, who smothered it.
Playing Alex to pull, as you probably should. So Dan was up the middle and had to jump on that short hop. Alex hit it hard. Rick needs to look for something middle of the plate and just sit on it, wait. See if he can get something to drive, find a gap, or better. 2 out, nobody on.
And Keel was the sum total of the Braves offense yesterday. Pitcher spot due next with 2 outs.
Trying not to make a mistake. He wanted to bury it in on him and get him to chase, but rather than risk him putting it in play, he missed badly inside. Now he's 3-1. And again, be patient if you're Rick. Middle of the plate in, something right in your zone. A split finger change up that he chased. Might have been a strike, but there wasn't going to be a whole lot he was going to do with that ball, even if he had a piece of it.
payoff. Hinske will hit with 2 outs.
Yeah, thank you.
So Wagner goes an inning with a couple of strikeouts. And Keel has good speed at first. A gapper here. He might win the game.
Yeah, here's an interesting spot, too. And Keel has good speed, and he can run, and he could steal. And you don't have to worry.
Got a great jump. Little flare, right field line. That's going to drop. Stanton over quickly. A blue pit. And they're at the corners with 2 out.
You don't have to worry at all now because he ripped one. If it hooked a little bit into the corner, and Keel might have been able to score because he was running on the pitch. But the ball hit that wet turf out there, and boy, did Stanton do a good job of getting over there to cut it off to keep it from getting in the corner. Nice play by the Marlins right fielder. Another 2-out opportunity.
Braves had him first and third, 2 outs in the first inning, did not score. They had McLeod at second with 2 outs in the fourth, couldn't bring him home. First and third in the fifth, didn't score. And now Diori Hernandez will run for Hinske at first base. And Omar Infante, the Braves hitter, with 2 out.
Well, the great thing about having a runner at third base, he can score on a pass ball, a wild pitch. A lot of pressure on the defense to make a play. If Omar puts it in play, they've got to field it cleanly. No errors.
Hernandez takes off. Puts a little more pressure on what has been a shaky Marlin defense this year. Takes away a force play at second base.
Omar 0 for 1 against him with a walk and a strikeout. But a hitter's count, again, get something you like. Breaking ball. First base open. They're not willing to give in here. Omar's got to know that.
The bases are loaded for Jason Hayward with 2 out.
All this started after he'd gotten ahead of Ankiel 0-1 and then started throwing a lot of split finger pitches, and he couldn't throw it for a strike. They only have one left-hander in their bullpen. That's Will Ullman, and he's been on the shelf. He hasn't pitched for about 10 days. He's back available tonight, but he's not warming up in their bullpen.
So 2 walks, a broken bat hit. Loads them up for Jason, who's 1 for 4 tonight. Hayward's been great all year with 2 outs. 31 2-out RBIs.
Just remember who's in trouble. Get a pitch you can handle and hit hard.
Made him throw a strike. And Sanchez did.
Good split there. Best pitch he's thrown this inning.
Good stop.
One of the hazards for Sanchez is that he wants to throw that split again to Jason, as you just saw, but he doesn't want to make a good pitch with it because he's ahead in the count. You've got to trust his catcher, and Hatcher made a nice stop there.
Remember, Hatcher didn't start the game, came on about 2 innings ago. 1-2 count. Back to the mound. And Sanchez will send this game to the 10th inning. He made it very, very interesting with 2 outs, but a 1-1 score after 9 at Turner Field in Atlanta. Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
Needless to say, it's been a very tight ball game. 1-1. Tommy Hanson, 7 2/3 innings of 1-run ball. Ryan McCann with his 21st homer, and Davis with that Bloop double to drive in the only run for Florida. Braves run very legit. Long homer for Brian McCann. That was in the 4th inning. And then in the 8th, after Stanton had singled and stolen second, see Davis, who didn't even think the ball was going to be fair, just bloops one down the line to drive in Stanton to tie it. And that's where we are. 1-1.
And the AT&T call to the bullpen brings on Australia's 3rd best export behind El McPherson and AC/DC. That's Peter Moylan. And he'll face Gabby Sanchez.
Peter's ERA has gone below 3 with his good work recently.
That got a piece of Brian McCann. 1 ball, 1 strike.
He was in 6 of the 9 games on that road trip and did not allow a run. Only 1 hit in those 6 games.
And he's a different looking Peter Moylan from the hitter's perspective, isn't he?
Yeah, he's sped up his delivery to the plate. Not the high, slow leg kick every time.
How about that swing and a miss?
Well, that delivery has really made that pitch that much more effective. When he takes a little bit off that breaking ball with the real quick stride and delivery, the hitter's stride picks up. You start lunging a little bit, and it's very difficult then to lay off the breaking ball. Quick short step, and then that slow breaking ball has been very effective for Peter.
Now Chad Tracy, the batter, over 3. I recall earlier this year, and really coming out of spring training, Moylan was trying to throw a changeup pitch that he called Dave, for whatever reason. He's really thrown many changeups.
No, I think Dave was sent back to the minor leagues. I think Peter optioned him out for a while. Might try to resurrect him next spring. He might get an invitation to big league camp. But right now that breaking ball is acting as his changeup.
Tracy's out of Charlotte. McLouth stutter stepped, can't find the ball. It was in his glove. And Tracy in at second. That's a double all the way, and McLouth couldn't find it. It skipped into the leather, and by the time he figured that out, Tracy was in scoring position.
Yeah, again, Chad doesn't run well. He was not going to get a double out of this. Nate got caught in between as to whether or not to dive for it or just try to block it. When he realized he wasn't going to catch it, he just threw his body in front of it, but the ball went right in his glove.
And to your point about Tracy's speed, they'll take him out of the ball game now and pinch run with Hector Luna. So here's Stanton, 2 hits in 3 tries, and he scored the game-tying run in the Florida 8th.
Yeah, it didn't bother me that this guy got a base hit in the 8th inning. The fact that it stayed in the yard was what I was most concerned about, but then he turned it into a run anyway with his speed. And the blue pit from Davis.
With his 2 hits tonight, Stanton now a 12-game road hitting streak for the Marlins and a 5-game hitting streak in total. Stanton out of Sherman Oaks, California. They've signed a lot of kids out of California in this Marlins system. And a chopper off the plate. Moylan looks the runner back and gets a big second out.
Good sinker. Tied him up inside with it, too. Nice play by the pitcher, checking the runner and doing what he's supposed to do, making a good throw.
7 of the top 11 prospects in the Marlins system, according to Baseball America, are from California. Stanton, their number 1 prospect. Braves will pitch around Hatcher and force the Marlins to go to their bench again.
It looks like Ozzie Martinez, who's been playing well in the absence of Hanley Ramirez, will get a chance to put the Marlins on top.
So Roger McDowell will talk it over with Moylan with 2 on and 2 men out.
Right, trying to give him a little bit of a scouting report, whatever the Braves have on this guy that was called up recently. He's only been in 7 games, but he's 7 for 23, a 304 average. And they're raving about his defense. Any shortstop with the name Ozzie, I guess, is going to be a pretty good defensive player, though.
Well, if this is the same Ozzie Martinez that's in that Baseball America book, this is a remarkable story. He's out of Porterville, California. Was shot 3 times in a mistaken identity drive-by shooting in his hometown of Carolina, Puerto Rico. And here he is.
I think that happened in spring training.
Amazing. Ball 1 high. Played for the World Team in the Futures game in Anaheim. Southern League All-Star this year. And a cue shot. And an even count.
Shown him a couple of different breaking balls, one with the short leg kick, one with the high leg kick. He just kind of waved at both of them, but I think Peter got away with one there. That one stayed right in the middle of the plate because Ozzie was bailing.
He struck him out. He's the new and improved Peter Moylan. And the Braves another chance to win it, this time in the bottom of the 10th inning. Two pull even with the Padres in the wild card race. That game scoreless in the 4th. This one very well pitched and very exciting tonight.
Braves have left 10 men on base again, though. Yeah. Offensively, they've had some chances, albeit seems like every time with 2 outs when they get a guy in scoring position. But they have had some base runners. Maybe they can get some more against Jose Barris, who's coming in to pitch, a guy that they had some luck against earlier this year when he was asked to be the closer for a day or two. And didn't do such a good job against the Braves in that occasion in Florida.
But today, the Marlins bullpen's doing a terrific job following up the man that started for them tonight, Alex Sanabria. Neither he nor Tommy Hanson will factor in tonight's decision. Marlins make a couple of changes. Hector Luna He came on as a pinch runner, stays in for Chad Tracy at third base. And as Joe mentioned, Jose Veras will face the middle of the Braves order. Brooks Conrad, who came on for an injured Martin Prado. Prado left with a hip pointer. Then Brian McCann, then Derek Lee.
Saw the 26 walks. Got to make this guy throw you a strike.
Conrad doubled in the 8th.
This guy throws hard. He's got a split, and he started Brooks with it.
Right at Sanchez, hugging the chalk. On away.
If it had hit the bag, he'd have been in business.
Bryant has reached 3 times, once on a double error in the first inning, a ground ball that went through Gabby Sanchez and then went through Dan Uggla. Nothing came of that. Bryant homered in the 4th, as you've seen, and then they walked him intentionally in the 8th inning.
They got some big old boys down in that bullpen. Veras listed at 6'4", 250. We've got another guy they just called up, Jose Seda, 6'4", 275. Good arm action on that off-speed pitch. Threw a lot into it, except he didn't throw it hard. Looked like it was coming on the express, but it wasn't.
Two and two.
Showed you that quote of the game earlier tonight about Brian saying, "We'll be ready. Find out what we're made of." They've been pressed into extra innings tonight to find out what they're made of. Only 1 run tonight, and that was on Brian's homer in the 4th.
And are becoming shorthanded with the injury to Prado.
Brian's trying to go the other way with that, and with the shift on, he had a lot of room to work on the left side. Full count. Now here's where a guy like Veras, I mean, his control is not that good to begin with, even on a good day. So 3-2. Does he dare walk the potential winning run with something other than his fastball? Trying to trick the all-star catcher? And he went with the heat.
And it was at 94 and in a great spot. 2 outs.
Yeah, it was. I mean, too close to take, and Brian just couldn't get to it. Good pitch by Veras.
Derek Lee 0 for 4. He struck out 3 times.
Derek would like something from Mr. Veras. Middle of the plate, in and down around the knees. They can just drop the barrel on him.
Oh boy, did that ball have a lot of action on it.
Where'd that come from?
Derek's wondering the same thing.
Yeah, I don't think Derek was looking for a breaking ball thrown at him and then coming in there for a strike. It's in keeping here with what we've been talking about a lot this summer, Chip, and that is that every team, no matter who it is running guys out of the bullpen throwing 95 plus. Maybe not every guy, but every team has at least a couple, it seems.
High fly ball, left center field. Did he get enough? No. If he pulls it, the game is over.
Tell you what, he was sitting on that curveball, though. He had a feeling he'd get another one, and he did, and came that close.
The Marlins survived the 10th. Lee hit a hanger a mile. He needed 390. He hit it 387. And that sends this game to inning number 11, where Cameron Maben will go to work against Peter Moylan. Maben, the top of the order for the Fish, then Bonifacio, then left fielder Logan Morrison. What are the Padres and Cubs up to, you might wonder? That game's as good as this one. And the Dodgers trying to make it all but impossible for Colorado to catch up out west. Phillies have already clinched the National League East. They blanked Washington behind Roy Halladay tonight. 8-0 was that final.
Told you that Peter Moylan had pitched a lot on the road trip. He really had to have a day off yesterday. Farnsworth worked in, well, in a spot you would normally see Peter, but he's come back tonight and he's pitching in his second inning. And really looks good.
Not only might you have seen Farnsworth, but let's not forget Takashi Saito in his absence. Fly ball left field. Back goes McLouth at the edge of the track.
Just looking here, the Marlins only have one player left, and that's another backup catcher, Mike Rivera. Braves still have Freddie Freeman and David Ross.
Little dribbler. Peter with a bare hand. Makes a good play.
He's always steady on anything bunted to him, hit back to him, slow rollers. He does a real good job of feeling his position and always setting himself, not rushing himself to get the throw to first.
Helps to have a big 6'5" target to throw over the base runner to in the form of Derek Lee. And now it's Moylan's turn to give a big ovation. Peter goes an inning and 2/3 scoreless.
A 1-1 tie. Time for the Coors Light Cold Hard Blast. Some really good work by the Braves bullpen tonight. Johnny Benners came on first to get the Braves out of the 8th inning and struck out a batter. Billy Wagner in his inning of work struck out 2, including Dan Ugla. Peter Moylan's worked an inning and 2/3, and he has fanned a couple. He'll turn it over to Mike Dunn, but good work by the Braves pen tonight.
So now the bases are clear. Another AT&T call to the bullpen. It's Mike Dunn and Logan Morrison matching wits in the 11th.
He has pitched really well. The only time he's given up runs was in the game at Philadelphia on the 21st. Every other outing has been zeros. And oh, by the way, he can throw in the mid-90s. That average against left-handed pitching backs up what Billy Wagner was talking about, too, about how this guy just doesn't give in, doesn't flinch. Seems very comfortable in there.
Well, with this kid, they're going to have an interesting dilemma next year. Gabby Sanchez is a first baseman. Morrison is a first baseman. Remember, they have Chris Coughlin, who's been playing left field. That's where Morrison plays. They'd like to re-sign Dan Uggla. They don't have a third baseman. So they're really going to have to juggle their infield or be active in free agency or in trade to find spots for all these kids. The bullpen continues to sparkle.
Let me say it this time. Let's get some runs. Or how about a run?
Yeah, let's not be greedy.
One run.
But I think we'd all agree 11's enough.
You know what Bobby was doing there? He's looking for the lucky cup.
He hasn't moved either from that spot in the dugout tonight.
No, he hasn't.
Now and then he'll go to the other end when the Braves need a run or two. Let's see if Nate McLeod can get it started. Nate 1 for 4 tonight. Barras got us in order in the 10th. Survived a scare from Derek Lee.
Getting the leadoff man on would be huge. I mentioned the Marlins were down to one position player, a backup catcher. They actually have 2 backup catchers left. They also have Hayes left. Brett Hayes. So they have 2. The Braves have a ton. Braves got 6 guys left on the bench. Taking here, 3-1. Maybe not taking, but Nate's strike zone is going to shrink considerably here. Real small spot. Stayed with the fastball, 3-2 to McCann last inning. Got to figure he'll do the same here. Shook him off. Wants it inside. Fastball in. And Hatcher got a little confused, perhaps. Well, he does want the off-speed pitch. Well, let's see if he can throw up for a strike. Nate's hit a home run off of him before. He's 1 for 1 against him.
Leadoff walk. Well, an old pal of ours used to say all the time, leadoff walks usually score unless they don't.
Well, let's hope they do in this case. Let's see if Bobby plays it with a bunt here to get that runner into scoring position for Rick Ankiel. No sacrifices for Alex this year.
He gets it down. His first sacrifice in a year. Told you he'll move when the Braves need a run.
There you go.
Now Edwin Rodriguez, the skipper, out to see how the Marlins want to face Ankiel. Pitcher spots due next. And Freddie Freeman's grabbed a bat and waits in the on-deck circle.
Nobody in their bullpen. Braves still have 4 right-handed hitters. Freddie Freeman, who's out on deck, and Melky Cabrera, switch hitter. So a lot for Bobby to choose from.
Ball 1. Smart at bat by Ankiel. He saw McLouth walk. Maybe you can weight this guy into a favorable count.
He's had a lot better life on his fastball when he's run it away from the left-handed hitters. And he started it in the outside part and had it chase off the plate a little.
Good stop.
Good play. What a difference maker that is. Instead of a runner at third and 1 out, he's still at second. That ball bounced well in front of the plate, missed the glove, but got the shin guard.
And your point about that tailing action on the Veras pitches, they've swung around and play Ankiel as a pull hitter. If he swings late, he might split the left center field gap and end the game.
he's not able to make a pitch inside. If he's made a good pitch, it's always been away to the lefties. Three-one count. Make it be a good one, Rick. Shrink your strike zone again.
Freeman will hit with 2 aboard and 1 out.
That chat that his manager had with him might have been about, hey, we got a base open. If you walk him, it's not that big a deal, because that run doesn't mean anything. The only run that counts is the guy at second. So at worst, if you do walk him, it sets up a double play situation where we can get out of the inning. Now a chance for this kid to be a hero.
And that's the key word, kid. Freddie put on a show during batting practice. He was launching balls. He settled for a single in the 11th.
I can't imagine the kind of butterflies he might have in his stomach right now as a 21-year-old with so much riding. Looked like the first good pitch that Barris has made, middle of the plate in, and it was right down the middle.
Wild pitch. McLouth around third will stop there.
Huge play. That could very well be a huge play with respect to the playoffs and who gets in and who doesn't. We'll see how it plays out, but forces the infield to come in, forces the outfield to play shallow. Freddie's still behind in the count, but it changes the complexion of everything when you got the winning run at third with less than 2 outs. Tough pitch to lay off, and he did.
It also puts a ton of pressure on Hatcher, the kid catcher.
Trying to get Stanton's attention. They want him to come in. They want Maben to come in. Maben hadn't really moved in at all.
2-2.
But he's got to look for that 94 gas and adjust to anything else.
Breaking ball over the outside corner. He wasn't expecting that. 2 out.
That's the breaking ball he threw Derek Lee that broke inside on the inside corner for a strike. Oh, I'm not sure that ever had the plate. Man, oh man. Hunter Windelsted's had a really good night tonight, but I don't think that ever had the plate. Fox Track showed it was outside too.
So the pitch around of Van Keel pays off for the moment. Second and third, 2 outs for Infante.
The infield can back up, but the pressure is still there to make a play. Any bobble, any throw in the dirt on a ground ball, just on a routine play, might end the ball game. Braves have left 10 men on base, have 2 more out there, and counting those 2, 8 of them have been in scoring position. Braves still waiting on that clutch 2-out hit.
And again, an Atlanta hitter has the luxury of picking out a perfect pitch.
Yeah, and what's different here for Omar is that he likes the ball out away from him. He'd be just fine if you try to waste one away with first base open and try to throw a strike. He's liable to lace it to right field and in the game.
There was the pitch.
Yep.
And now a full count.
Omar's not 21 like Freddie Freeman, but he still feels the heat, the pressure of this situation on a must-win night.
Fly ball, left field line. Braves win it.
Those shockwaves were felt all the way across the country.
So in 11 innings, the Braves have another last-at-bat victory. They start this final week of regular season play with an extra inning win over the Florida Marlins. For the moment, they've caught the Padres in the wild card race. And Bobby Cox moved a few steps down the dugout. Who knows if that mojo helped or not? It certainly didn't hurt as the Braves knock off the Marlins in a great Major League game in September by a final score of 2-1. Mike Dunn the winner, Ferris the loser. A broken bat shot down the left field line after 2 walks and a sacrifice in the inning. Nate McLeod scores the game winner, and the Braves hold serve at home.
Leadoff walk got it started. What'd you say? The leadoff walks
usually score.